apologize for a little late start. It's been a little. So Chairman Wilborn, I'm on chair today. Chairman Wilborn is actually at a funeral of a relative, so he will not be here today, but will be listening in when he can. For this, I have to apologize. So so I can explain a few things. I had a retina tear loose yesterday, so I literally had a laser in my eye yesterday, so I can't read. So I'm going to have somebody announcing for me as we go through. But miracles of modern medicine. Here I am a day later, and 50 years ago I'd be a blind guy. So that's a good thing. So with that, we have a list of testimony. And because of the way this one was set up, we had certain people that were testifying multiple maps and some vagueness about, we couldn't tell. So this is going to be just like our listening tours. We did the 14-stop tour in person. We did, the virtual tours. I'm just going to take everybody. We're going to just take them, go down the list, make sure everybody is heard. For those of you that are online and listening, it looks to me that I can give everybody close to 5 minutes. So I'm going to just set it at 5 minutes. To my right, it's Senator Hildebrand. He has a yellow and a red sheet of paper. When you're online, please watch him. When yellow comes up, you will have 2 minutes left. And when red comes up, you'll have 1 minute left. And when the 1 minute expires, your WebEx connection will be muted and we will announce the next person. So please sum up. We're not trying to cut everybody off. 5 minutes is a pretty good length of time. I think across the hall they only got 3. So I think we're in a pretty good shape. So please watch for that sign, because you will just be muted, and it's no offense. You just run over time, and we don't want to steal from the next person in line. So, yeah, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question for the process today. When we did those virtual town halls, we did not ask questions to the conferees. Will we be doing that, or discussion? Can you kind of tell me more of the process for what to expect today and then possibly tomorrow?
Thank you. That's actually a good reminder. So this portion will be just like the hearing. We are going to just listen and receive testimony. And then this will consume probably our entire time right now. We will probably recess and and come back after session. We have session at 2. So for those listening, we have session at 2:30. We actually have a committee in between, so we'll wrap up somewhere around 1:30 here. We'll go onto the floor, and we'll probably be back somewhere around 3:30. And that at 3:30, we'll be full discussion, taking questions and discussing it amongst ourselves. And that's a time we're going to have open discussion.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, so on that, as you hear things in particular testimony, if there's questions or things that come to mind, write them down, and we'll move on. Right now is about listening. So with that, and thank you for that reminder, Senator. So we have 2 maps we have listed for hearing today. One is United, one is Ad Astra. I'm going to open the hearing on United. It appears in my paperwork that all the testimony on that is written. Do I have anybody present that wants to orally testify on the United map? Please step forward and then just state your name and your position if you're a lobbyist or if you're a citizen for the record. I don't hear that.
Hold on. Okay, there we go. Okay, I got it.
There we go.
Mike Taylor, I am representing the Voter Rights Network of Wyandotte County, which is a citizen group that has taken a keen interest in how the 3rd congressional district lines are drawn. I testified during the fall hearings as well. And during that time, our group urged legislators to keep as much of Wyandotte and Johnson counties together as possible. That advice clearly under the Ad Astra and the Sunflower map introduced in the House was ignored. It is kept together with the United map. So we do support the United map as well as the League of Women Voters and the Buffalo 2 that came out in the House. Yeah, I want to point out that in the early 1800s, Massachusetts Governor Elbridge Gerry drew a state Senate map which resembled a salamander. And the Boston Globe coined the phrase gerrymandering to describe the tortured boundaries of that map. Well, obviously that phrase is stuck. And I would just say, if Governor Gerry could be here today, he would be very proud of the Ad Astra map. It is a classic example of gerrymandering. There's absolutely no reason to split Wyandotte County north and south along the I-70 line, and put part of it in the second and part of it in the third. It clearly will dilute the minority vote of the most diverse county in the state of Kansas. So we have to oppose that map. The United map, on the other hand, looks like a sensible, reasonable map that we would support. And so I'm opposing Ad Astra, and I'm supporting the United map on behalf of the citizens of Wyandotte County. Thank you. And now I have to head down and testify in the House committee, so excuse me.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else present or on WebEx that wants an oral testimony on United?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
my testimony was vague and covered all for both maps.
Would you like to address each as we come up?
It's up to you. I'm just letting you know my testimony actually looks at both maps.
Actually, why don't you come on up and if you want to give the relevant portions of your testimony to United on this one, and you want to back up, or you want to just do it all right
I'd
here?
rather just tear this Band-Aid off and get
Okay,
it over
let's
with.
do it. Let's do it. Name and title for the record.
Tom Witt, Executive Director, Equality Kansas. As I said in the August listening tour, when y'all were in Wichita, or at least most of you were down in Wichita, we've been working since 2006 on getting openly LGBT people elected to the state legislature and to Congress. And we were unsuccessful until 2018, when Sharice Davids was elected to 3rd CD, and Brandon Woodard and Susan Ruiz were elected to represent legislative districts in Johnson County. And then in 2020, all three of them were reelected. And additionally, Stephanie Byers, an openly transgender woman, won an open seat in Southeast Wichita. They earned these seats the old-fashioned way. They went out and campaigned. Three of them, when they got elected, originally beat incumbents. So it wasn't like the ground was laid out nice and easy for them. It wasn't. Additionally, the three that won in 2018 got reelected in 2020, which shows that they made the connection with their constituents, with the voters that chose them. They did not choose their voters. With the voters that chose them in 2018, chose them again in 2020. And we want to see the same opportunity for these people in 2022. Now, as far as these maps, these congressional maps are concerned, the unity map seems pretty reasonable. It just shrinks the parts of Johnson and Wyandotte and Miami counties into a smaller, more compact district that has the optimal number of voters. I think maybe it's off, I heard a number of 18 or something. Whereas the Ad Astra map, I got to ask, is this a serious map? And somebody suggested to me yesterday that perhaps the people who came up with the Ad Astra map were just trying to troll the left. That's really what it feels like. I mean, y'all have drawn lines through the middle of residential neighborhoods in the south part of Wyandotte County, right through Edwardsville, right through Muncie. How is this keeping a community of interest together? Seriously, how is that keeping a community of interest together when you're drawing lines through people's backyards? This is not serious. And I'm surprised that leadership chose to introduce these maps, these Ad Astra maps in the House and in the Senate. If we're going to have a serious conversation about redistricting according to the guidelines, then let's start with some serious maps, because these are a joke. Sorry to say. We talk about communities of interest. You know, I came wanting to talk about how the LGBT community of interest doesn't have a specific geographic locus. We don't have a gay ghetto in Kansas. This is not Castro Street in 1978 or Greenwich Village in 1975. Okay? LGBT people are scattered across this state. We live in the communities where we grew up or where our careers have taken us. So we don't have a place we say, this is the gay part of Kansas. It just doesn't exist. So that's the community of interest I wanted to talk about. But to come up and have to talk about Edwardsville and Muncie because y'all drew lines through people's backyards? Come on, let's be real. Thank you, reject this Ad Astra map. Focus on the Unity map. It's the one serious map before the committee. I'll be happy to stand for questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Seeing no one else here present testifying on United, I'm going to close the hearing on United. We'll open on Ad Astra. We have several oral conferees, and I will have Senator Hildebrand call those in order. And as we call them, we'll begin your 5 minutes. Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee, our first conferee on the Ad Astra map is John Anderson, Prairie Village, Kansas. John, welcome to the committee.
Thank you. I'll do my best to talk. I'm on the backside of a cold. I am John Anderson from Prairie Village. I am a strong proponent of the Ad Astra plan, the map. It is important for Johnson County to remain completely in the 3rd Congressional District and not be split into separate districts. To my knowledge, this has never happened before. It's never been split before. The map also wisely includes areas just to the south and southwest of Johnson County in the 3rd District. Residents of these communities often work and shop in Johnson County. Of course, keeping Johnson County whole means that Wyandotte County has to be split. But the Ad Astra map creates a fair split by using a geographic barrier as a line. And lastly, I think the new map is politically fair. It maintains all 4 members of Congress in their present districts. I really just see no faults. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Senator Hildebrand, who do we have next?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next conferee is Rabbi Moti Reiber, Executive Director of Kansas Interfaith Action.
Is he on WebEx?
Moti Reiber.
We'll skip over for now, and we'll see if we can retain a place. Who do we have next, Senator Hildebrand?
Eileen Berquist, American Civil Liberties Union of Kansas.
Welcome to committee.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. For the record, my name is Eileen Berquist, and I'm a lobbyist for the ACLU of Kansas. We are a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that works to preserve and strengthen the civil liberties of every person in our state. During last summer's town halls, we saw a phenomenal outpouring of civic engagement from our communities. All of you were there, you know this. Kansas from across the state showed up and provided comment on redistricting. And 2 themes came across loud and clear. 1, calls for committee leadership to commit to a fair, accessible redistricting process, and calls to keep Johnson and Wyandotte counties together. Of the more than 500 pieces of testimony, more than half emphasized that second point. Unfortunately, this week's proceedings seem to have ignored both of those requests. The Ad Astra map brought by the committee chair bisects Wyandotte County. It breaks up an urban core, potentially disenfranchising a concentrated community of people of color in our state, and disregards entirely the calls from hundreds of Kansan voters to keep their community intact. It is also important to note that the process this week has been neither fair nor accessible. Congressional maps were introduced on Tuesday, hearings were scheduled for today, and it wasn't until after we had submitted testimony yesterday that the underlying data was made available to us. So for a normal bill, having this tight turnaround would not be that big a deal, but this is redistricting, and these are incredibly complex data sets. So without those data sets, it's impossible to evaluate whether these maps are legal or constitutional. They might as well just be pretty pictures at this point. It's like holding a bill on a bill that you've only seen some of the provisions on and expecting people to have an informed opinion. To make this even more clear, without access to the data underlying these maps, it is impossible to analyze the maps with any specificity to determine whether there is partisan or racial gerrymandering at play and to what degree. The speed at which this committee moved from introduction to hearing is troubling. The lack of publicly available data to allow for a legitimate analysis of the maps provided is troubling. And the complete disregard for the will of the people who were very clear that they wanted to keep the 3rd district together is very troubling. We sincerely ask the committee to rethink this course of action, slow down the process, allow reasonable time for public comment, provide all information on maps publicly in advance, and listen to the people with regard to District 3. We have a long process ahead of us before we get new maps, and I know we all want to do this the right way. We're good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we just got notice that Modi's is written testimony. I think that is the extent, it looks to me like, of our present oral, but we have a list of WebEx. Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our first WebEx conferee is Amy Carter, Fair and Equitable Representation in Kansas Congressional Maps.
Welcome to committee.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Amy Carter, private citizen. I'm actually here to oppose Ad Astra, and I would be a proponent of the United Maps. Thank you for the opportunity to supply testimony in support of fair redistricting today. I have provided written and oral testimony every time we have been invited to do so throughout this redistricting process. I've only ever asked for a fair and transparent process, one that considered the commonalities of populations throughout the state. An independent commission would have been the easiest way to accomplish this. That would have been nice. I'm not sure if you received my updated testimony since it was rushed to submit it before yesterday's deadline, but I'll read it to you now. Admittedly, I didn't always pay such close attention to politics, especially at the state level. I inherently trusted that the representatives we elected would be fair, maintain their integrity and trust that we had placed in them, and represent the interests of their constituents. My parents' Republican Party seemed to have earned that trust. Even if you didn't agree with some policy decisions, you didn't question that they thought they were doing what was best for their district, their state, their country. But my generation's Republican Party seems different. Because in a state that already has some of the strictest voting laws in place, and from the party that enjoyed election wins across the state, why would they want to make it even more difficult for people to vote? And now this same party apparently doesn't believe it can win on its own merits and ideas, instead preferring to choose its voters rather than letting the voters choose them. But let me be more specific about the maps in question. The Ad Astra map submitted by Representative Croft cuts half of Wyandotte County out of the 3rd district and adds 2 rural counties that share nothing in common with the Kansas City Metro. Then, to account for the northern part of Wyandotte, moving into the 2nd district, what do? They remove Lawrence from Douglas County and put it into the Big First, which traverses the entire state. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I listened to all the testimonies submitted during the town halls, and I don't recall anyone asking for any part of Wyandotte County, or Lawrence for that matter, to be placed in the rural Big First district. So either you weren't listening, or you chose to ignore the testimony of every individual that took time out of their days and nights to gather their thoughts and testify. I never wanted to be this involved in the redistricting process, but here we are. In contrast, I'm sorry, I also have notes on the Bluestem map, but now I realize that was introduced in the House, not the Senate. But I will just note that that map submitted by Democrats keeps rural Kansas in one district, Northeast Kansas in another, the urban Kansas City Metro together in the 3rd, and the Wichita area in its own district. So this is the map that actually places areas with common interests culturally, historically, and economically together. I believe the United Map does that as well, that's been introduced in the Senate. We live in a representative democracy. We elect you to represent our interests, and some of you want to take that representation away and throw urban areas with votes you'd like to dilute into rural districts, all in the name of removing U.S. representative who actually listens to and responds to her constituents. I'm talking about Sharice Davids, by the way. So I asked this body, what are you afraid of? Can you not win on your own merits and ideas rather than using gerrymandering to choose your voters? Please channel my parents' GOP and do the right thing for everyone in Kansas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amy. Senator Hildebrand, who do we have next?
Our next conferee via WebEx is Connie Brown Collins, Voter Rights Network of Wyandotte County.
Connie, welcome to committee. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Please proceed.
All right. My name is Connie Brown Collins, and I've been a resident in the Bethel-Wellborn community of Kansas City, Kansas for many years. I also serve as the founder and organizer of Voter Rights Network of Wyandotte County. We advocate for voter rights and most recently hosting redistricting meetings with mapping assistance provided by the League of Women Voters. I come before you today to urge the Redistricting Committee to utilize our map development work and adopt the proposed maps for Congressional District 3. They include keeping Wyandotte County whole in the 3rd Congressional District and connected to the core of Johnson County, including the 2 largest municipalities, Overland Park and Olathe. We developed these maps in conjunction with the League of Women Voters of Kansas and fully support the CD3 map, including the United Map and the statewide Blue Stem Congress map submitted by the League. We in Wyandotte County are an urban and industrial hub of the multi-county greater Kansas City metropolitan area. Our community of interest includes Johnson County, with which we share many services and resources, such as communities. We share neighborhood ideals, just like Johnson County, clean, well-maintained neighborhoods with access to parks, playgrounds, activities for families and children. I walk for exercise at KCK Community College, Luce Park in Kansas City, Missouri, and I've taken yoga classes in Overland Park. My church home is in Kansas City, Missouri. In education, we share educational opportunities. I've attended personally Kansas City, Kansas Community College, Johnson County Community College, and Penn Valley Community College in Jackson County, all in the same time frame. In healthcare, Johnson and Wyandotte, we share healthcare facilities and providers. Johnson County healthcare providers and residents utilize our Wyandotte County COVID-19 vaccination and testing site on State Avenue. We share other healthcare resources such as KU Med Center, KU Alzheimer's Disease Research Facility in Fairway, and I received my COVID vaccines at Hy-Vee on 95th and Antioch in Overland Park, just blocks away from my tax preparer. We share expansive transportation systems that encompass multiple counties, freeway systems, highways, interstates, rail systems, airports, etc. Interstate 635 is a main connection point of Wyandotte County residents, and it goes north to I-29, feeding directly into KCI International Airport. It goes south, feeding directly into Metcalf, a main artery in Johnson County. I am on I-35. It goes on to I-35 also, which is also a main artery that goes into Johnson County in many ways. We share employment opportunities. Many people from both counties travel back and forth for employment on a daily basis. We share environmental concerns. Due to population density of both counties, there are air pollution issues and also water quality runoff issues. We do not share a community of interest with the bulk of Miami County, which is mostly rural, or with District 2. Again, we're urban and industrial and share community ties with the greater Kansas City area. To be linked to Miami County would greatly alter our voting representation and dilute our voting power. As a majority-minority county, we do not have commonalities similar or similarities that extend to the agricultural Colorado border. We oppose the ad astra maps, which separate Wyandotte and Johnson counties. Wyandotte and Johnson represent crucial communities in the greater Kansas City metro area. As others have said, committee members heard or read testimony from the August 12th and the November 30th redistricting town hall public hearings. Please heed the message, which was loud and clear. Keep Wyandotte and Johnson counties together in the third. Thank you for your time and attention to proposing fair maps.
Thank you, Connie. Thank you for taking the time to testify.
Thank you for listening.
Senator Hildebrand, who's next?
Our next WebEx conferee is Lucille King, League of Women Voters.
Lucille, are you there? She's not there. She's off. Okay. Apparently, they're not on at this time. Senator Hildebrand?
Laurel Birchfield, Associate Director of Mainstream Coalition.
Laurel, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. We can. Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, my testimony today is to oppose this rushed process and any gerrymandered maps considered by this committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to supply testimony in support of transparent and fair redistricting. My name is Laurel Birchfield, and I am the Associate Director of Mainstream Coalition. Since you are splitting opportunities for testimony by holding a meeting at the same time as the House Committee, our Executive Director, Michael Popa, is over there providing testimony on House maps at this time. Mainstream is a member-based, nonpartisan, nonprofit representing thousands of Kansans residing predominantly in Johnson and Wyandotte County. For months, Mainstream, our partners, and our members have been requesting a transparent redistricting process that results in equitable and fair maps for Kansans. We continue to urge this committee and your House counterpart to fully engage with the over 500 public comments that you've already received from the communities of interest during the redistricting listening tour last year. Unfortunately, you have chosen to rush through this process of drawing congressional maps. With less than 24 hours to review the proposed congressional maps, and with the full data sets for every submitted map only becoming public after the deadline to submit testimony, it is impossible to provide in-depth and accurate feedback. You require a full 5 days for technical review and analysis for a map to be introduced. The public should be allowed the same amount of time to review and give detailed testimony to support or oppose these maps. So instead today, I'll be providing the same testimony that members of the committee and the Kansas Legislature have been hearing for months. The people of Kansas oppose any maps that prioritize partisan agendas over fair and equitable representation. The Ad Astra map under consideration by this committee ignores the interest of Kansans in favor of political gains by moving Lawrence and Kansas City. And if I am reading the data correctly, given the limited amount of time that we had to review this, in doing so, it flips the racial demographics of the 2nd and 3rd districts, significantly shifting the Black and Hispanic vote. Kansas City receives the largest split between the districts, with nearly 2/3 of its population displaced into District 2. While this map may meet the basic criteria of equal population, it does so at the cost of several of the other guidelines that this committee accepted when you took on the responsibility of creating fair maps. And that's specifically to recognize the communities of interest, such as the disability community, which resides predominantly in Wyandotte County, the Black, Hispanic, LGBTQ, and youth voters of Kansas. This map is especially problematic when we know that there are district lines that could be drawn that meet these criteria and better preserve our communities of interest. The population changes in our state mean that we know we can't maintain our existing boundaries. But as evident by the United map, and though we're not looking at it today, the blue stem map, population requirements can be met without major shifts to our existing districts. These maps largely preserve the communities of interest who spoke out during the 2021 redistricting listening tour and avoids racial and political gerrymandering. I would ask members of this committee, why, if there are examples of maps that preserve the interest of Black and Hispanic voters, have Republicans sponsored a map that so blatantly separates them? The Ad Astra map, along with this incomplete and rushed process of public hearings, is a slap in the face to Kansans all over the state, but especially to your voters who trust you to put the interest of the people of Kansas before your own political gains. Thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing me to give testimony. I look forward to future opportunities to speak about the congressional maps and the state maps as those are made available this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. Thank you for taking the time to testify. Senator Hildebrand.
Our next WebEx conferee is Judith Ansel, President, Cross Border Network for Justice and Solidarity.
Apparently, we do not have connection with Judith as well. Senator Hildebrand, who do you have next?
Melissa Styler, Loud Light Civil Action.
Melissa, are you with? Oh, there you are. We can hear you. Please proceed.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Melissa Styler. I am the Advocacy Director of Loud Light Civic Action, which is a statewide nonpartisan nonprofit organization with the goal of protecting and advancing voting rights here in Kansas. I'm sure that you all are used to seeing our Executive Director, Davis Hammett, during hearings like this, but since the House Committee is meeting at the same time, he's over there. We have a couple of various things to touch on. First, I'll talk about the process in which this is occurring. I won't go into too much detail since a number of folks have already discussed this, but it needs to be repeated. Less than 24 hours to review maps and submit testimony is not an open process. Not having adequate data for analysis before the testimony deadline is not a transparent and open process. We know that these things don't need to be this way since the House has shifted how they're receiving testimony. Today is an informational hearing in the House and they extended the deadline to offer testimony as well. So I want to point out that it doesn't need to be like this in the Senate committee either. So having the simultaneous hearings in the House and the Senate is also a huge barrier for letting people speak on these issues. I know that our organization alone had a number of people frantically emailing us today asking if they were to provide testimony in both the House and the Senate, how would they know when it was their turn if they were in both meetings? And so that's something we need to take into account as well. Now, on to the actual issues of the maps that we're looking at today. We want to point out that the 26th Amendment and college campuses really verify that the youth population is a community of interest. The 26th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution lowers the voting age to 18 and prevents states from denying or abridging voting rights based on age. The 26th Amendment is nearly identical to the 15th Amendment, which prevents voting discrimination based on race. Courts have found that college students are representative of the 26th Amendment's guarantee of voting rights for young Americans. Given that, young Americans are protected or are a protected class represented by college campuses, and it's critical to keep college campuses communities intact. So the Ad Astra map concerns is that there's major political gerrymandering of the youth vote. The Ad Astra map appears to be an intense partisan gerrymander. As it relates to the protected rights of young voters, we have concerns about the state's 4 largest universities, namely KU, KSU, FHSU, and WSU, all being placed into heavily politically gerrymandered districts, thereby diluting the voting power of young Kansans. Competitive congressional races require candidates to appeal to young voters. When districts are highly uncompetitive, as is the case in the Ad Astra map, young voters are less likely to be contacted by political campaigns and civic organizations, thereby reducing their engagement in the political process. The Blue Stem map, however, creates competitive college campus districts. We support a congressional map that does not dilute the voting power of young Kansans, specifically a map such as Blue Stem, which places the 2 largest universities, KU and KSU, into a competitive district. Thank you all so much for considering my testimony today. I'm happy to stand for questions when appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Senator Hildebrand.
Our next WebEx conferee is Patricia Willer, Chair of the Douglas County Democratic Party.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome to committee, Patricia. Please proceed.
Thank you. To the chair and members of the committee, I want to thank you for the opportunity to supply testimony in support of transparent and fair redistricting. I'm Patricia Willer, Chair of the Douglas County Democrats, and I'm speaking in opposition to the Ad Astra proposal. I'm here today to speak about the harm to Douglas County as a community of this interest that would occur if the city of Lawrence is torn from the rest of the county and moved to the 1st Congressional District. Further, I'd also point to similar concerns for moving Douglas County in whole or in part to separate it. Our population is 80% urban. Our agricultural population is distinctly different from the large farming agricultural communities of the 1st Congressional District, and we're not a good fit together. In addition, Lawrence is the county seat of Douglas County and home to our election services. This will cause significant disruption to providing election support. As I look at the criteria for redistricting, I'd note that the Ad Astra plan does not meet consideration of contiguity. It's not met by the tortuous connection of Lawrence to the 1st Congressional District. Compactness is not met with either Lawrence or Douglas County being moved across state. Political communities are definitely negatively affected, and racial equity is lessened, and that would have significant impact. It appears that the Ad Astra plan is drawn to weaken any chance of 2nd Congressional District or the 3rd Congressional District being able to hold competitive elections. This is gerrymandering. Kansas needs to play fair. Current congressional maps were created by the courts and should be altered as little as possible to accommodate population shifts, but not this wholesale gerrymander. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I hope the end result will keep our Douglas County whole and allow for competitive races based on districts that make sense and are balanced. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you for taking the time. Senator Hildebrand, would you recall the two myths and see if they popped on yet? And
Mr. Chairman, the first one would be Lucille King, League of Women Voters.
we do not have her. And what was the second one?
Judith Ansel, President of Cross Border Network for Justice and Solidarity.
Okay. We do not have either. So what this will do, we actually, that was the end of my conferees list committee. I think I've got 74 listed written testimonies, various opinions for you to look at. We have a little time, so I will open for questions. You have any questions, committee, of any of the conferees? I think this would be the best time to do that. Any questions of the conferees? Senator Corson.
I had a procedural question, Mr. President. Is there going to be a time where we're going to be able to ask questions about the maps?
Absolutely. That was actually.
You speak to that? I'm sorry.
No, I apologize for even interrupting you, Senator. I thought we would have a longer discussion here, and I was meant to hear everybody, but I thought if there's any questions for conferees, this would be a good time. I do intend to have questions about the map and discussion about that. I was going to have that after, but we have some time here. If we do not have questions for the conferees and seeing none, if you would like to open with some questions, I'd be glad to take those.
I have a lot of questions, Mr. President. Can I go ahead and start?
Yes, you may.
All right. So with respect to the redistricting guideline, I'm looking at the redistricting guideline 3 about redistricting plans will have neither the purpose nor the effect of diluting minority voting strength. With respect to the Ad Astra map, when that was drawn, were you aware that Wyandotte County is the most racially diverse county in the state?
Yeah, I'm aware of that, yeah.
Okay. And in knowing that Wyandotte County then is the most racially diverse county in the state, can you talk about the impact of dividing Wyandotte County among 2 congressional districts on minority voting strength?
I think the impression I have, so backing up, and I feel like different people heard different things, obviously, on our tour. The main thing that I heard personally was that Johnson County should not be split. This should be maintained. Therefore, you must divide Wyandotte County to maintain them together. So, and then you look through it, and then the guidelines also show you need to make those divisions along very natural transportation corridors, things like, and what worked out, what looks to be almost ideally is the population split between north of I-70, south of I-70. North of I-70 appears to have just as much from that perspective in common with Metro Topeka, probably more so than it has in common with Johnson County as a whole. So this appears to have accomplished that in a large degree.
I guess, Mr. President, my question was about minority voting strength, and you didn't really address that. I think you're speaking about what you perceive as more broadly a community of interest. But Wyandotte County is a very racially diverse county, and diluting it among two different districts. Can you just speak to that a little bit more?
I felt like I did, but I'll reiterate. I think your premise is off. Even though the single county is diverse, it does have some natural separation lines. And northern Wyandotte is actually, from a diversity standpoint, more similar to Metro Topeka, which is also in the second, than it is with suburbia Johnson County. So I believe it actually does not affect or dilute in any way.
But you are aware that the third district, the racial makeup of the third district in the Ad Astra map would be much less racially diverse than the current third congressional district. You are aware of that, correct?
Much less racially diverse? I'm not sure I know. I don't think I do agree with that.
Okay, well, I believe we can get those specific numbers, but it would be much less racially diverse.
How about the second? Do you have your numbers on the second?
Yeah, the second would also be much less racially diverse.
How can I add a significant portion into that district and not be more racially diverse?
Because that was actually my next line of question, Mr. President. I appreciate that. Because Lawrence is actually also one of our most racially diverse cities. And so what you did in the Ad Astra map is, or maybe you're not aware that Lawrence is one of the most racially diverse cities, and that Douglas County is one of the most racially diverse counties. Were you aware of that when you drew the map?
I didn't personally draw this map. I'm arguing.
Or when your staff drew that map?
So I did not.
Or the map that you introduced?
I did introduce, yeah. And I'm aware of that. And I believe the second to be more diverse now than it was prior.
We'll work on getting those numbers, but I do not believe that's the case, because when you take the most diverse city in one of the most diverse counties and you put it into the first congressional district, the effect of that is it actually dilutes minority voting in the second congressional district.
Are you aware that Kansas does not have the ability to draw a minority district?
I am aware of that, but are you also aware that you cannot dilute minority voting strength, and what you've done is dilute minority voting strength in not one but in two separate congressional districts?
I disagree with that premise.
We'll work on those numbers, but
Glad you concede it is not possible in the state of Kansas to draw a majority-minority district.
Yeah, but that is not my point here. My point is making sure that minorities are allowed to elect members of their choosing and that they are not unduly diluted among racial lines. And so can you talk then about that I want to stick on Lawrence then for a minute. Can you talk about why you decided that moving the most diverse city in one of the most diverse counties in the state into the first district, which is one of the least racially diverse congressional districts in the country, can you talk about why that made sense to move Lawrence, a very diverse city, into a predominantly overwhelmingly white congressional district, and how that maintained community of interest and how that does not dilute minority voting strength?
Certainly disagree with your premise, but if you want to talk about some of the thought process behind moving these lines, it was to keep current members, because right now the current members of Congress remain in their districts and would have won their districts in comparing to the elections of 2020. And to do that, you have the congressman from the second districts in Shawnee, but the bulk of the population is now between basically Douglas and the east coast of Kansas. So in order to maintain that member in their seat, you have to come around and by guideline, whole counties, and then you must have 3 to have a minimum number of split county. We have 4 districts, so to have 0 deviation, which is the goal, you have to have at least 3 counties split to make those deviations perfect. And that is the next set of population that you engage coming around by whole county after you go around Shawnee. So it made both logical sense, it made demographic sense, and it just worked out.
And I can't help but notice with respect to the dividing counties that your map, as you said, divides 3 counties. And 2 of the 3 divided counties are 2 of the most racially diverse counties that you split. You split Wyandotte, the most racially diverse county, north-south, and then you split Douglas, also one of the most racially diverse counties, by taking out the most racially diverse city in that county and putting it in a rural district. Is that all correct?
I don't think so. I'd like to see your numbers.
What part of that? That's not a numbers thing.
That is a
factual
numbers
statement.
thing.
What part of that don't you agree with?
I think Wichita is a lot more racially diverse than Douglas.
I didn't say more or less than Wichita. I said it is among the most racially diverse.
Well, that's the way you're posturing your language to try to make a point, which I disagree with.
Okay, that's fair. I don't have any. Well, let me keep.
I'm going to bounce to Senator Hildebrand for a minute, and we'll return, let you gather your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Probably not a question. I guess it's a rhetorical question on my part, but I've heard a lot of talk about Wyandotte County not being split. Am I misreading the maps? But all 3 maps split Wyandotte County in some form or another.
Is that a question? I guess Senator Sykes, did you have a comment?
Thank you for the question. I actually believe the United Map does not split Wyandotte County at all.
Senator Hildebrand.
Mr. Chairman, unless there's a different map than the one I'm looking at, it does split Wyandotte County.
We'll get the details of the lines to you as we move on. Further questions? If not, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have questions. I believe in the committee process, and I brought a map that I will attest needs work. Part of that was, the process in which we had time submitting this on a Thursday when we had an official state holiday, but tried to make sure that all the technical reviews. So we had to adjust on the map that I submitted, but I'm trying to keep our current enacted map close because, it passed muster with the courts. So I have a couple of questions, and if you don't mind, I'll just start with Congressional District 1 and then kind of move forward. But why did you crack Lawrence out of the second and put it in the first?
I feel like I answered that in the first question, that's the population, the growth is between Douglas and the East Coast. And at some point, you have to come over and get enough population to make the numbers work. And if you're coming around Shawnee, Lawrence is the next populated area.
Okay. So what has changed within Jefferson and Jackson County to make those fit in the big first, except to move Lawrence, which allows for it to be more contiguous?
They're whole counties. And according to the guideline, it's to the best of our ability, we need to have whole counties. And that is what made the most sense, coming around Shawnee. It also, there's a large, I don't know how you would contest that Lawrence and Manhattan aren't similar in their interests. It made a lot of sense to put the universities back together. I believe we've actually even heard that. Well, I know I personally heard that at one. I don't remember if it was one of the hearings. I don't remember if it was actually on live audio or a side conversation, but it was a request that KU and K-State return to the same congressional district.
I'll get to that, but I do have a comment.
Okay.
So can you point to specific testimony heard in Lawrence that requested it to be in so you may have said that, you just said that there was testimony from KU to put them in the big first?
No, I said there were comments by people of interest that had interest in having those 2 universities in the same congressional district.
But it was not in testimony that we had heard.
I actually don't remember if it was on oral testimony.
I have
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, right.
I'll look. So I would say that K-State is a land grant school with intrinsic agrarian interest, which actually fits really well in the big first. So I would question what's changed in KU's mission or their academic offerings so that they would fit in the big first. Do you know?
No, this is population based. Redistricting is based on population.
Well, and I would say the map that I introduced keeps the population growth and changes, but it's trying to keep a map that actually went through the courts and was approved whole.
The issues with United is just splitting Johnson County. That was the primary thing that I heard in the tour, particularly in that area, was do not split Johnson County.
And I'd say being a resident of Johnson County and from the conversations that I have had, the request was that we keep the urban core and that greater Kansas City metro, which is an economic driver in this state, not just in our county. And we even crossing the line in Missouri, we work very well with our neighbors to the east. And from being someone who lives, and my kids are in school and all of those things in Johnson County, there were conversations of being able to carve out sections that may or may not fit with that urban core. So, but since we're talking about Johnson County, how do the economic interests of Johnson County compare to the economic interests of Franklin and Anderson counties? And I would say this, I do love me some Guys and May's barbecue, and barbecue is huge in Johnson County. If you haven't been to some of my favorites, would love to take you to Joe's. But what other than Guy and May's does Franklin and Anderson have in common with Johnson?
Well, part of that was built around historical maps. You go back just to the last 4 or 5 congressional districts, and all of those counties were a part or in whole in the third within the last 5 maps. So it's historical.
So north of I-70 are the Legends, Sporting KC, Hollywood Casino, and the rest of the city of Kansas City. Why is that area different from the area that you carved out south of I-70?
It's all based on population. I'm not from Johnson County, so I was basing it on the numbers and historical maps and whole counties and the other guidelines.
Given my understanding of communities of interest and pre-existing political boundaries, I don't see what justifies breaking apart the united government of Wyandotte County. And I think this does actually divide an existing commissioner district in that county.
And that's part of the issue. Everyone on this bench is going to have some differing opinion of what of a community interest, how it's defined to them and what it means to them. And at this point, it's about the numbers and meeting legal muster, and I believe we're there.
So how many people offered testimony in Wyandotte County that they said they should be cracked into separate congressional districts?
I don't remember any, but I also heard that a lot of testimony around keeping Wyandotte and Johnson together and whole, which is impossible. The predominance of the testimony said keep Johnson whole. Therefore, it leaves you with the difficult task of being as fair as possible, dividing Wyandotte and keeping the communities together and using natural barriers and whole counties where you can. And I believe this map accomplishes that and meets legal muster.
So in your congressional district 2, you split an Indian reservation. I think it's the Kickapoo. Why was this? What divides this group?
I consider them all Kansans.
So given the economic, communication, and healthcare interests of the KC Metro, why do you feel the Metro should be split into 2 congressional districts?
Math.
Let's move on to the 4th district. You actually did very little changing to the 4th as I look at my enacted map to the Ad Astra. Given the way Hutch and Wichita are growing together, why did you exclude Reno County from the 4th district?
So historically, and of course now this is my area we're talking about. It is in the 4th, one of the guidelines is as minimal change as possible. And so in the 4th, there was very little change in population. I think, if I remember, 2,000-ish, maybe in change. And there is one split county already in that district, which is Pawnee. So the decision was made to simply adjust the line in Pawnee. So it is almost identical, except for a line change in Pawnee, to have the minimal change necessary to accomplish the same district.
I actually love that you tried to do one with a minimal change when the majority of your map was extensive change.
The difficulty was the shift in population. That did make it difficult. The very fact that Johnson and Wyandotte together are too large to be a district certainly added to that complexity.
And I agree that Johnson and Wyandotte are too large. And since we actually, I think the Thursday of our first town hall hearings, when we were getting actually some population numbers, we saw that it was not possible because of math to keep Wyandotte and Johnson together. And so that's why, looking at those communities of interest and trying to keep the urban core, that greater Kansas City metro together, I think is very important.
Yeah. Which brings us to this discussion, right? The bulk of this discussion, because that was necessary, is how do you do that?
So looking at your map, why are Brown, Nemaha, Donovan, and Atchison and Leavenworth in the second instead of the first? And I say that I got to visit Brown and Donovan. They are very rural. I actually had a great farm tour. I was actually told that they have the most fertile soil in all of Kansas. I haven't checked to see. I would actually be interested in Senator Billinger, since he's got some great farmland, I understand, in western Kansas. But why didn't you put them in the first? Because I think they actually have a good rural significance that is very common with the rest of the first.
I think we were looking at those, they were historically in the second, right? The southeast and northeast Kansas were in the second, and you simply needed to come over and grab the quickest population.
And then why did you choose Franklin and Anderson to be part of the third, as opposed to Bourbon and Lynn? It seems like if you're going to stack the district, it would make more sense to keep it in a straight line and try to be more continuous.
I think 5 maps, Anderson was in 5 maps ago, and that population fit best with the minimal disruption along I-70 in Wyandotte.
Okay, and what was the deviation that we used in 2002? You're talking about a lot of these historical maps, and I believe we had more deviation, which allows more flexibility if you're able to justify why some of these are split. You're talking about that, but you...
Candidly and personally, I'm okay with some deviation myself, but this, according to federal guidelines, they want 0 deviation, and I felt bound by the guidelines to do my best to reach 0 deviation.
Yeah, well, and I think, 5 maps ago is 50 years. I think our state has probably evolved quite a bit in 50 years.
Without a doubt.
So, I will hold further questions for later. Thank you.
Very good. I'll retake Senator Corson. You'd like to continue your deposition?
Yeah, so these are kind of chunked by, guidelines that I believe the ad-astra map violates. And so my first set that I asked was mostly about redistricting guideline 3. But I do want to add to that.
Senator Corson, I apologize. We will return to you. We have someone present that would like to testify, and we have the time to do it. So please come on up to the podium, name, title for the record, and thank you for coming.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Dr. Mildred Edwards. I'm the Chief of Staff.
I do need to let you know we kept everybody to 5 minutes. So my timer here, he'll give you a 2-minute yellow and a 1-minute red to make everything fair. So FYI.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. Mildred Edwards. I'm the Chief of Staff for Mayor Tyrone Garner from the Unified Government of Wyandotte County in Kansas City, Kansas. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. You've received our written testimony in advance. I'd like to just add a few comments to be considered as well. Wyandotte County is the only county in the state that has a city-county consolidated government entity. We're unique. This is one of the many reasons why Wyandotte County should not be split between 2 different congressional districts. Wyandotte County has been represented by both Democrats and Republicans in the U.S. Congress. Jan Myers, Vince Snowbarger, and Kevin Yoder from the Republican Party, and Dennis Moore, currently now Sharice Davids in the Democrat Party. We've always found that whether we are represented by a Democrat or a Republican, when we are consolidated as a metropolitan area along with Johnson County in the 3rd District, that member of Congress has been attentive to the needs of Wyandotte County. Due to a number of factors, the 3rd largest county in the state, we have high rates of poverty, we have challenging healthcare outcomes. Wyandotte County frequently has a lot of interaction with the federal government and needs a member of Congress that has the ability to be attentive to our unique set of needs. There's a synergy in the Kansas City metropolitan area that necessitates that Johnson and Wyandotte counties remain in the same congressional district. For instance, there's an association of mayors that works together on a number of issues. There are entities like the Kansas City Transportation Authority that works with communities on both the Wyandotte and Johnson County communities to address our shared transportation needs. Thousands of people live and work in both Johnson and Wyandotte counties. Wyandotte County is the home to two major medical centers that serve both Johnson and Wyandotte County residents. And we have a number of issues with the federal government as a result of that. So KU Medical Center and Providence Hospital. We ask that you all support any map that keeps Johnson and Wyandotte County whole to the best of your ability and as best possible. This is necessary not only for us to maintain the level of government that we have been able to establish over time and to best serve the constituents and our residents, given what we've established in the past. We'd like to maintain that with your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in. Paul, were you testifying as well? Okay, very good. Any questions, committee, for the conferee? Why we have her? Senator Sykes.
Yeah, it's on. And thank you for being here and testifying. You kind of spoke to, trying to keep Wyandotte and Johnson together as close as possible. And some of my questioning before you came in was talking about the community of interest. And I feel, that greater Kansas City Metro, when I went through leadership classes, we talked about, we always say, I'm from Kansas City. And then you get into, well, I'm actually from Lenexa. Because we have that great community spirit in Kansas City area. Can you talk a little bit about some of that and the economic development that we do kind of it's actually 4 counties, I believe, because of the other side of the state line. But can you share some of that with us?
Absolutely. In Wyandotte County, we have the most diverse population in the state of Kansas. We also, as I stated previously, have a number of distinct needs. Johnson County, conversely, has a number of resources that we benefit from that we wouldn't have access to on the Wyandotte County side. Our residents, while I have the benefit of having residency working for the unified government, that's a requirement. We have USD 500 employees. We have individuals that are working in other areas of industry that on a day-to-day basis travel in from Johnson County to work in Wyandotte County. We wouldn't want to split the interest of those individuals. We believe that it's in the best interest of Wyandotte County that we have someone that understands the distinct nature of that community as we share in those resources on a regular basis. We had testimony in the House just a moment ago where someone mentioned they go to lunch on one side of the line and then walk back across the street to go back to their office for the remainder of their day. That is the relationship that we have. And we have a comfort in not only how we navigate our communities as citizens, but how we negotiate and are able to collaborate on accessing resources that meets the needs of both communities is benefited by the relationships that we've established. And so that's extremely important to where we need to be in the future. And the decision that you make today has as we continue this conversation, has a very deliberate impact and on our ability to sustain that progress well into the future.
Committee, any further questions? Seeing none, thank you again for taking the time to come over. Senator Corson, you have about 10 more minutes on your deposition.
Thank you, Mr. President. Couple things. One, I want to go back to the third guideline about making sure that we're not doing anything that's going to affect or dilute minority voting strength. And I want to amplify the point that Leader Sykes made, which is I think it is pretty much almost fatal from a legal perspective that we've split a reservation, because I don't think there is any more clear community of interest that a court will look to than an Indian reservation. So I think from a legal perspective, that, and then
I appreciate the input, and we'll take a look at that.
But I also want to say you continue to make this point. You made it a couple times that, there were maps 5 cycles ago where certain counties were together. Is that a guideline that I'm missing? Are you referring to a guideline when you're saying that? Is that a relevant criteria? Is there case law saying that, well, if a county was together 50 years ago, that solves any other problems? I'm just not aware of why you continue to refer to that when I don't see that in the guidelines, and I'm not aware of any legal basis that would support that being a relevant statement.
Appreciate your opinion. I feel like that being historically accurate is just important. Whether you feel it's important or not is irrelevant.
But it's not a guideline. I just want to be clear. You're not saying that this complies with a guideline, right?
Right.
Okay.
I feel it being historically accurate is important.
I mean, following up on the testimony we just heard, I'll make the point that, our son is in daycare right now in Wyandotte County. My wife, we live in Johnson County. My wife works across the border in Jackson County in Missouri. I mean, it's just not the case with our family or with really any other family that our son would be in daycare in Franklin County or in Anderson County, or that my wife would work in Franklin and we would live in Johnson and pick up our son from daycare in Anderson. I mean, that...
Are you proposing we draw parts of Missouri in?
Yeah, I'm not, but I'm just giving you a sense, since you're not from the area, of really the interconnectedness between Wyandotte and Johnson, and how we work together, since you may be less familiar with those communities of interest. But I want to go on the point about being compact and contiguous. So you made this point that Johnson and Wyandotte have grown. So on the Ad Astra map, is the 3rd Congressional District, right, as you have it on the Ad Astra map, is it as compact and contiguous as the 3rd Congressional District currently is, or is it less compact and contiguous?
It is not impossible to leave Johnson and Wyandotte together. Just by that fact alone, it is less so, but still at an optimal position, in my opinion.
Okay. But given the population growth, really shouldn't the 3rd district, because we're talking about more people in that area as the 3rd district currently is, we now have more people. So if we're following that guideline 4A, shouldn't the 3rd district actually be getting geographically smaller instead of geographically larger?
I think in your opinion, probably so.
Okay.
However, there was lots of testimony about the division of Johnson County.
I think that is, would be, I guess beauty's in the eye of the beholder a little bit, but I think that really misstates what the testimony was at town hall after town hall after town hall after town hall. The testimony was not, don't divide Johnson County. The testimony was, keep the core of the Kansas side of the Kansas City metro area together.
With all due respect, that feels like a restatement of what I personally heard in those meetings, but we each have our opinion of what we heard.
I will agree, but I just want to say that my understanding was we had proponent after proponent after proponent that was talking about keeping together the core of Wyandotte and the core of Johnson County as one metro area. I believe that's what I continue to hear. I believe that's what most of the written testimony, if we went back and looked at it, it would not say we need to keep the unincorporated parts of Johnson County together as a community of interest.
I will concede that's what you believe.
Okay. And it is possible to draw more compact maps because we have the League of Women Voters maps and we have the United map that is more geographically compact than both the current 3rd District map and the Ad Astra map, correct?
I think that's a technical truth. I'm not sure it's relevant.
Okay. All right, well, I want to give other folks time.
Senator Sykes.
Just based on your answer, I do believe that trying to make compactness and contiguous is one of our guidelines, though, is it not?
And I believe we've accomplished that with Ad Astra. We're arguing about whether or not it's to a certain degree that we like.
But I think even our enacted map that we're currently under, the Ad Astra map, is not even as compact as what you proposed.
Okay. I feel like we are legally defensible under all the guidelines. I believe it's fair.
Okay, so can I then ask another question about process?
Absolutely.
So, and I think we had several people testify today about, having the House hearings and the Senate hearings at the same time, and a lot of people wanting to testify and have input in this. So what is the intent of the chair moving forward? Is it adjusting these maps, combining a combination of the three maps that we've seen, or trying to push something out? Can you go into details on your process that you're wanting to see through this?
I can. Thank you, Senator Sykes. Under our guidelines, any adjustment has to be a gut and go, even if it's small, right? So, for example, if you were to make an adjustment on your map, you just need to bring an amendment, right, to United. That was a complete gut and go, but made the shift. Same would be true, and they could be made here in committee. They can be made on the floor. I'd remind everybody, because we have this discussion around some subject every year, this is the beginning of the process, right? We will take that subject matter up here. We'll have a debate on the floor and a vote on the floor. That will go to the House. The House will have their debates in committee and on the floor. The process is really just beginning. It would be my intention to recess and come back after session and have further discussion and action on the map from the committee process.
So, but if we proposed, as we've listened to testimony today, there's some concerns about this, whether or not you agree or not. So if we were to do an amendment, it is my understanding that that takes 2 to 3 days to go through all of the technical process. So would it be your will to have that to fill something that maybe we've worked on collaboratively, taking all the input of what we've heard today and all of the written testimony, and maybe you can have someone read it for you since your eyes. Or is it to kick out one of these maps to then have possibly amended on the Senate floor? And just, I guess, making sure that we have those timelines to prepare accordingly.
It's my intention to keep the process moving, and this afternoon to take a vote on United and Ad Astra from the committee level. And then if there are amendments on the floor, we'll take the process one step at a time.
Thank you.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also heard to keep Johnson County together when we were listening, and I live over in the section that was carved out. So I realize that we're talking about colleagues that live in the section that would still be in the third. But I can say that my constituents would like to stay in Johnson County. We heard that very clearly. I have heard from that as well, especially when so much of what they do, if you were to take DeSoto, for example, or the northern or the western side of Gardner, Olathe, consider themselves as part of Johnson County and want to be able to stay a part of the third. We heard that many times. Granted, we also heard, yes, keep Wyandotte together, but what we heard was keep Wyandotte together with Johnson County. It was never keep Wyandotte together by itself. It was in combination. So I just want to add that because it sounded as though on this committee that we heard something different was heard in committee than what I heard and what I recorded in my notes. Thank you.
Senator Sykes.
Thank you. And I would say I heard what Senator Corson said, but I do want to make sure Senator Gossage knows we are not taking those things out of Johnson County. They will still be in Johnson County. They just would be represented by a different congressional district, which actually could have its advantages to Johnson County, because then not only in Congress do you have one representative fighting for the economic driver of our state, but you could have 2 representatives doing that. But thank you.
Senator Gossage.
I would argue the same about Wyandotte.
Yes, that's definitely an advantage. Committee, since we are approaching 1:30, we are going to recess until, I'm going to say recess until 3:30, depending on the action on the floor. So it will not be sooner than 3:30, but it'll be 3:30 or upon adjournment of the Senate. And we are in recess. Okay, committee, we're going to come back to order. We have one of the conferees that I think they were testifying maybe in the House we have online. So we will actually do the 5-minute continued hearing, and we should have Seal King from the League of Women Voters online. Seal, are you there?
So are you ready?
Lucille King, can you hear? Oh, there she is. All right, you are here. Welcome to committee.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Please proceed.
Yes, I'm Seal King with the League of Women Voters. I'm currently advocacy chair for the Kansas League. I'd originally prepared notes to talk blue stem, but I understand I can't do that today. I need to either be a proponent or opponent for the United Map or the Ad Astra. So I will say that the League is opposed to the Ad Astra map. We feel that it does not follow the guidelines that the redistricting committee set, and that it is not as compact as the other maps that are available. It dilutes minority voting strength, which was also a guideline. It has some districts that are not easily understood. It splits more precincts than other maps. It does not abide by previous court cases. For example, there was let's see here. I'll write notes out. There was a court case on the Johnson County and Wyandotte County togetherness, or as we might say, and rats, I thought I had it right here. Just a second. Well, what I thought I had right. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Wyandotte and Johnson counties. No, that's not it. Man, rats. There was a court case, and it was, okay. In 2012, the federal court stated that the entirety of Johnson and Wyandotte counties should be included in the 3rd district. The court concluded in O'Sullivan that they should be placed in the same district as they represent the Kansas portion of Greater Kansas City, which is a major socioeconomic unit. Also, that Wyandotte County should be placed in a single district so that the voting power of the large minority population may not be diluted. The court also stated that placing Johnson and Wyandotte counties in the same congressional district maintains the voting strength of minority population in Wyandotte County. So that is being ignored in this. And also the fact that Wyandotte County is the one county in Kansas that has a joint county-city government. And that we particularly don't like the fact that you're putting Lawrence, Kansas, one of our larger Kansas cities, and includes our hallmark, landmark institution, the University of Kansas, into the 1st district, which is mainly agricultural. That's not paying attention to what all of your testimony that you took over the summer and fall was giving you. We do support more the United Map. that it was following closer to what is currently in use and does maintain that Johnson County and Wyandotte County connection. And thank you for your time. That's all I have today.
Thank you, Seal. Thank you for taking the time to testify. Committee, that ends the public testimony. We can return to questions and answers before we move on. So I understand there's a few more questions from Senator Corson or Senator Sykes, which prefers to start.
So thank you so much, Mr. President.
Senator Corson.
So I wanted to first just kind of make a couple points about things that we touched earlier, but I want to put a kind of a finer point on it as we move forward. It was brought up earlier about this concept of creating a majority minority district. And I really think that is a red herring. That's not something that anybody is advocating for. That's not something that any of the maps, including the United map, have. And I felt like that was a red herring brought up to deflect what I do think are really, really legitimate questions about the Ad Astra map and how it does not comply with Congressional Redistricting Guideline 3, which says that redistricting plans will have neither the purpose nor the effect of diluting minority voting strength. And that is an entirely separate and different concept from the idea of creation of a majority minority district, which is something that no map that's been submitted has, and no proponents are urging that. No one on this committee is urging that. So I just think I want to be clear just in the terminology we're using. The real problem is the dilution of minority voting in taking voters who are presently in the 3rd Congressional District and putting them in the 2nd District. That was point number one. And when I was asking questions of the president earlier, I brought up this issue of dilution of black voters when you compare the current 3rd District to what the proposed new 3rd District has. And I want to give everybody those numbers just so they can, for themselves, because as the president talked about the importance of math. So when the 2012 map was enacted, the 3rd District had 46,547 black voters. That was 7.8% of the voting population. The Ad Astra map, based off 2020 census data, cuts the number of black voters to 25,240. So it goes from 7.8% of total voters to 4.5%. So that's a net decrease of 21,307 voters. That's, in percentage terms, a 45.78% decrease in black voters under what is being proposed in the Ad Astra map. And it doesn't have to be that way. And that's a point that I really want to make clear to this committee. If you look at the United map actually increases in percentage terms the percentage of African American voters in the 3rd District. It is a overall decrease because, again, obviously we have to shrink slightly the district because the district is currently too large, but the United map does that by only removing 1,052 voters. It is still retains 45,495 black voters in the 3rd Congressional District. It's only a 2.26% decrease. So I want to be clear that there are other ways to do this. There are better ways to do this. There are ways that comply with our legal requirements. There are ways that comply with our guidelines, specifically guideline number 3. And so I wanted to get that in front of the committee because when we were talking about earlier this afternoon, it felt a bit abstract. So I wanted to put specific numbers on it. And when we talk about Hispanic voters, when the 2012 maps were enacted, there were 70,288 Hispanic voters in the 3rd District. So that's 11.8% of the district was Hispanic, and the maps enacted in 2012. Based off the 2020 census data, the Ad Astra map would decrease the number of Hispanic voters in the 3rd Congressional District by 22,947. Would take it from 11.8% to 8.5% of the district. That's a 32.65% decrease. I will again point out that there is a better way to do this. The United map, by contrast, retains 67,485 Hispanic voters in the 3rd District. It actually, again, like it does with the Black population, it actually in percentage terms increases the percentage of Hispanic voters that are in the 3rd District. It goes from the 2012 enactment was 11.8, it now goes to 12.2%. So I think that I wanted to put specific numbers to this because those are actual people, those are actual voters whose vote will be diluted under the Ad Astra map. Those are voters, that district has made a decision, and one of the criteria that courts will be looking at is ability of minority voters to elect representatives of their choosing. Those are voters who that district made a decision to elect a minority woman from the LGBT community as their elected representative, and they would be deprived of doing so under these new maps. And I think that we need to be very eyes open about just what that means for us. I wanted to talk about just another issue that came up, which was...
Hey, Senator, before you move on, do you have those same numbers for the 2nd District?
I do, and I want to be clear, though, that
I just like to, as long as we're
I do,
putting
and I'm
things
glad,
on there.
and I will read those right now to the committee, Mr. President, because that's a very good question. But I want to be clear that this is not something where you can say that doing a wrong in the 3rd District is made up by, I think what you're getting at, doing a right in the 2nd District.
I think what I'm getting at is we're kind of awash in red herrings and opinions, and your opinion of what is right or wrong.
Well, no,
is simply nothing more than that, and it's opinion.
No, I know that I would quibble with respectfully, Mr. President, because what a court is going to be looking at is voters who were deprived of electing a representative of their choosing. So what they're going to be looking at is the displacement, massive displacement from the 3rd District into the 2nd. They're not going to say, well, this group of voters was deprived of electing a representative of their choosing, but this other group of voters, there's other minority voters in another district who can elect a different representative of their choosing. So I'm really speaking in legal terms. I'm not offering this as...
I'd certainly reject that that's legal terms, because how do you then define deprived? If you simply even take the voting in what would be the new Ad Astra 3rd District, if you take the Biden-Trump numbers and extrapolate those to Sharice Davids, she would have won. And so who then did you deprive of their ability to elect their chosen representative? So it's nothing more than an opinion.
No, it's not, Mr. President, because it would be those voters formerly in the 3rd Congressional District who are deprived of the ability to elect a representative of their choosing by being forced into the 2nd District, where they would be diluted. So it's not an issue where you can say, we're going to dilute minority representation here, but we're going to make it up over here. That is simply, I believe, and we'll find out, but I believe that that is not going to be what a court is ultimately
We truly will find out, but how do you then say those voters are deprived when they have the right to vote?
Because their vote would be diluted by being in a different district with a diluted minority population, where it is much less likely that they would be able to elect a representative that community feels like best represents them. These are voters who in 2018 and in 2020, by and large, went to the polling locations and they elected Congresswoman Davids. And they said, we believe that this LGBT woman of color best represents our community. This is somebody we believe is responsive. This is somebody we believe is an advocate for our unique needs of our community. This is who we want to represent.
So is your contention that anyone who voted against Sharice Davids is now going to be deprived of their right to vote because of the shift?
No, it's not an issue of vote deprivation.
That's your logic stream.
It's a vote dilution. It is taking these voters who had previously been able to vote for a representative of their choosing, had done so in both 2018 and in 2020.
Same logic stream.
And now
You
we're
voted,
going to be
the ones that voted in the opposite, who are moved, they are now deprived under your logic stream of their vote for who they wanted to have. This is why this is political by nature. This is not legal. That's the red herring that by the very fact you as an attorney, that presents as legal. These are political arguments, and why are we having this discussion? Because we are the body that makes those decisions. So there's your red herring.
Mr. President, Mr. President, respectfully, I believe there's a very, very clear series of case law that talks about dilution of minority voting rights.
And I'm sure we'll be able to take that through court of law and figure that answer.
We will, but I do think the body should try to do better than to just say, we're going to throw it to the courts and we'll let them figure this out. I think that the concerns I'm raising are real and they're valid, and I think that this committee should take them seriously. I think that we should take the time to work through those concerns. I think that we're rushing this process. We may determine that there may be a map between the Ad Astra map and the United map that can solve some of these, that is a middle ground consensus map. But I think what we're doing is a real disservice to the people of Kansas, because we're just saying, well, we really can't do our job. We can't put out a map that complies with our own guidelines. These are our own guidelines. These were unanimously passed by the committee. And so the fact that we now are putting out maps that don't comply with hardly any of our own guidelines.
This is back to the opinion. It is your opinion that they do not comply, and solely your opinion and a couple others. The majority have an opposite opinion, and I think that'll be demonstrated.
And so since you asked for it, though, I do want to talk about, in fairness, I want to talk about the demographic makeup of the 2nd District, because you did raise a good point. But again, I'm going to contend that this issue of we've done a wrong in the 3rd District, but we've made up for it. We're going to tell the court we did a wrong in the 3rd District.
I reject the premise that there was a wrong done anywhere on anyone's map.
Well, I think the numbers that I just read and that are in the record are pretty clear.
I concede you think
African American and Hispanic voters.
I concede you think it, but that makes it no more fact than anything else.
Well, those are, as you said, math. I mean, those numbers that I read are math.
Numbers don't lie. People lie about numbers. And that's where we're at, right? I mean, this is an opinion of delusion.
So because you asked, I want to talk about the 2nd District, because that's a fair line of questioning, and I want to be responsive to it. So the enacted map in 2012 had 25,351 black voters in the 2nd District. So that was 4.6% of that district. The Ad Astra map increases that number to 47,645 black voters. So it goes from 4.6% to 8.6%. So it is an increase. The United map keeps it roughly the same. It's 25,194. So it goes from 4.6 to 4.5%. With respect to Hispanic voters, the enacted map has 32,969 Hispanic voters. In the map that was enacted in 2012, 6% of the registered voters. The Ad Astra map increases that to 59,038 voters, so it goes up from 6% to 10.6%. The United map also has an increase, but a much smaller increase, goes up to 32,290. And so I do want to give you those numbers, and if you want to discuss those.
No, sure, I appreciate that. And I think this actually goes to the broader point. I mean, I just reject even the underlying assumption that all minority voters think alike or vote alike, and I think that's a false assumption to begin with. And every number you gave me, I think the largest number you gave me was maybe 10%, and that you're contending that by a small adjustment of just 2 or 3%, that there's some type of effect on their ability to elect your member. And I just utterly reject the premise. Well, I understand why it's being done, because we're in a political fight, but it's nothing more than that.
Let me give you let me phrase it a little bit differently, that maybe the numbers will jump out a little bit more, but the Ad Astra map is a 45.78% decrease in black voters in the 3rd District. So we're not talking 1 or 2%. It is a 32.65% decrease in Hispanic voters in the 3rd district. So again, not talking 1 or 2% at the margins.
The way you're spinning it, right? You're talking about a difference. You're talking about a percentage difference in a percentage section. It's a spin of numbers.
So I also want to go back to this issue of sort of how these communities identify as communities of interest. And I've got an article from the Kansas City Star from yesterday, from January 19th, and it quotes in that article, it's Mayor Quentin Lucas, the mayor of Kansas City, Missouri, and I think that all of us who live in this region will recognize this as being really familiar to us. The mayor of Kansas City, Missouri says, with respect to the challenges that we're having around COVID-19, he says he plans to convene a meeting with leaders of the core 4, Kansas City, Jackson County, Wyandotte County, and Johnson County, to discuss measures to mitigate the spread of the virus. He said, it's time for us to get back in touch. It's important for us, the core 4, to go back to acting in concert. And I think for all of us who live in that region, that is how we understand our region to be. You do not see mayors in Johnson County saying, I need to get back in touch with mayors in Anderson County. I need to get back in touch with mayors in Franklin County. I need to get back in touch with mayors in Miami County. Because again, those are simply not relevant communities of interest. Those are not communities that, as it was quoted here, act in concert. So I want to make that point from the Kansas City Star. It was also made the point earlier about math, and that I felt like the way that it was phrased was we might have made some really unfair, really punitive choices here, but we had to do this because of math. And I, again, think that the United Map shows that there are ways to do this that are much more consistent with our guidelines, are going to pass legal scrutiny, are going to respect communities of interest, and are going to get us at a much better, much more fair result. So I reject the premise that we have to have really bad, really unfair, really gerrymandered maps because this was the only way that you could do it. It's been shown that the United Map shows a pathway to respect communities of interest, keep the core of the Kansas side of the KC Metro together, and make as little change as possible consistent with our other guidelines. So my questions now really get to the issue that we have about these communities of interest. And my question, I'm sorry.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you. I just have a back up before you get too far, Senator Corson, if you don't mind, going back to the core 4. So are you saying that because one part of the core 4 might have Representative Davids as their congressperson and one might have Representative Mann, that they can't get together to address an issue like the health of the 4 counties because they have different Congress representatives? Is that your assertion?
My assertion is that we have a guideline that says, with respect to congressional redistricting, it's guideline number 4B, and it says there should be recognition of communities of interest, social, cultural, racial, ethnic, and economic interests common to the population of the area, which are probable subjects of legislation should be considered. So I think it's not really about particular representatives, this representative or that representative, but it is that there's a very well-established, recognized community of interest. We're going to be accurate about the history, as the president said. Since the 1970s, the core of Johnson and the core of Wyandotte have been together in one congressional district since the 1970s. There are just a lot of communities of interest in there. The work that we're doing on transportation, healthcare, education, all of those sorts of things create communities of interest that are better served and allow more responsive representation, again, from whomever is in that seat. Because I want the committee to remember that this issue was never a problem when there was a member of a different party who was holding that 3rd congressional district. Now it has become hair on fire. this third district cannot stand. This is a huge problem. We need to gerrymander this because there is a person of a different party. If Representative Yoder were still in this seat, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. Representative Yoder held this exact same district from 2010 to 2018. And so it's not really about specific people, but it's about having one representative who can be responsive to the unique needs of a community.
I find that interesting because we have different representation based on House and Senate districts, yet we don't let that define what we can or cannot do in our respective communities. So with that, I'll yield, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. And I would just say that we would be here no matter who's in that seat because it's redistricting time and those two communities cannot exist in the same congressional districts. I don't care if it's Kevin Yoder or Sharice Davids or anybody else. We'd still be having a conversation about redistricting. Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Just to comment on that, and I think we're looking at this map and we're asking questions. We were not part of drawing this map. And Ethan or Senator Corson, sorry, Senator Gossage, and I all represent the 3rd district, and the core of that district is going to change with this map if we add Franklin and Anderson County. And so I think as we're just the root of this, that we're trying to say, you know, when you were drawing this map or whoever got together, you know, we want to know, we've heard numbers, this is population, but what do these communities that you chose to put together have in common with one another?
I guess there's a whole host of things that they have in common with each other. But I would just go back to the fact the political decision that was made first was don't split Johnson. So Johnson becomes the core of a district, which it's been the core of a district and to my knowledge has never been split in the history of Kansas. And we heard over and over, and I understand there's some contestation of that I didn't hear what I heard. But so the political decision was keep Johnson whole. By necessity then, Wyandotte must be divided. And the cleanest line was the I-70 and the Kansas River. And so the inclusion south was necessitated to balance the population. And they are bedrooms communities of interest. And I think it's almost silly that we can test that. I mean, I understand the politics of it, but I mean, and understand that to some degree, we're going to try to get our hyperbole and opinions on the record, and that's fine. So, but there's not we even have a member on this committee that's from a part of Johnson County that has a different position. I heard all of us in this region think this way, but we even have someone on the committee that doesn't think the same way.
Well, and if
Senator Sykes.
So after this discussion, I went back to my notes, took copious amounts of notes, to see what I remember and what I took notes and highlighted a lot of these. Amy, who's in Miami County, says, I do not belong with Johnson County. Ron Fugit, keep the 3rd as close to the current as possible. Here we've got many quotes. So out of 166 individuals who submitted testimony, 106 or 64 chose to include the Kansas City Metro is currently whole within the Kansas 3rd District. And that is what they were requesting remain in that. So going back, when you were drawing this map, did you consider the community of interest in that core group when you were drawing the map?
Yes.
Okay, and you consider the existing political subdivisions guidelines?
Yes.
Okay, and I heard you talking to a reporter after our first redistricting, and you were talking about Wyandotte County, and we were talking about the legends and the soccer fields, and you thought that that was very similar to Johnson County, but that is the portion of Wyandotte County that you drew out and you put in the 2nd district.
Because the guidelines ask for corridors, transportation corridors, natural barriers, and that is the cleanest line.
Well, also on our guidelines.
I actually don't see that on the guidelines, Mr. President. Could you point me to that?
My perception or reading of the guidelines along natural barriers.
Okay, so I am looking at our guidelines that we all decided districts are to be nearly equal to the 734, 470. You did a great job at this one. Redistricting plans will neither have the purpose nor effect of diluting minority voting strength. We disagree on this. And number 4, districts should be as compact as possible and contiguous. I actually will say, looking at your map, and you live in the 4th congressional district, you kept that very compact because you know that community. And I think that's part of this committee process. We take what you know from your area, we take the testimony that we hear, and we come together with a blended map representing all parts of our state. And I feel we're getting there, but we're not there yet. I think we have a lot of movement to do. I also just received this testimony. It was emailed to me, someone who was not able to be here, but I'm submitting written testimony with one word that summarizes how I feel in reviewing the Ad Astra and Sunflower congressional maps that have been proposed. Disappointed. I'm disappointed that in 2022, Kansas Republicans would still prefer to gerrymander congressional districts in an attempt to choose their voters rather than to let the will of the people decide who represents them in Congress. I'm also disappointed that apparently none of the written or oral testimonies that were delivered to the joint committee that toured Wyandotte and Johnson was considered. No reasonable person could review the testimony and come to the same conclusions that are represented by the Ad Astra and Sunflower maps. Lastly, I'm disappointed that the effect of separating the northern half of Wyandotte County, where I live, from the rest of the 3rd Congressional District represents a de facto racial gerrymandering of my community. Any map that separates all or northern portions of Wyandotte County from the majority of Johnson County is not simply a partisan gerrymander. It also represents a racial gerrymander. The Ad Astra and Sunflower maps split off all parts of Wyandotte County, including neighborhoods like the northeast area of Kansas City, Kansas, where I live, where the majority of residents are Black from our neighbors with almost surgical precision. This would damage our community in real ways as we rely upon having a congressional representative who understands what's going on in our neighborhoods. We need representation that is responsive to the needs of our schools, our infrastructure, and our environment to leverage the federal support needed to address decades of historic and racial disinvestment. Our community is also intrinsically linked to our neighbors, both in Johnson County and across the state line in Kansas City, Missouri. In the past, both Republican and Democratic congressional representatives have worked together across the state line to promote the general betterment of our Kansas City community. The Ad Astra and Sunflower maps threaten this relationship and therefore pose a threat to our community. This is a community we chose to live in, and it's both disrespectful and dangerous to intentionally divide us from each other for short-term political gain. Fortunately, the potential harm comes with a few remedies. Governor Laura Kelly could veto any map that racially gerrymanders Wyandotte County, or the Kansas Supreme Court could apply strict scrutiny to any map that divides Wyandotte County in half or removes it entirely from the majority of Johnson County. The House and Senate redistricting committees could also choose to avoid a veto or strict scrutiny by considering the proposed United or Blue Stem maps or their subsequent iterations. While I hold out hope that my disappointment will eventually be tempered by a more pragmatic approach, either through a more honest congressional district map, a veto from our governor, or by the Kansas Supreme Court in regard to the racial gerrymandering that has so far been proposed by Kansas Republicans, there's one thing that I am not surprised. I think we owe it to our constituents to dig into this, and we're asking questions. We want to know why you drew this, but we think coming together and drawing a map that is fair, where Kansas pick their voters, not us picking voters.
Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of thoughts. That's one of the most inaccurate statements I've ever heard of voters picking their districts, not their districts picking their voters, because whenever you redistrict, you have to redistrict the voters don't pick their new districts. They don't get to vote for their representative at that time. They do at the next election cycle. So every time that is referenced, it's just very inaccurate because there's no way that can be possible because they get to vote for their next elected official at the next election cycle. And unfortunately, we have to redistrict every 10 years, or fortunately, and numbers change. The population growth is in Johnson County for the most part. So I don't know, just every time I hear that statement, it just kind of makes me cringe because it's so inaccurate. One of the other comments I have is Senator Corson asked where it was in our guidelines about rivers and roads being in here. I would put that in 4E. Districts should be easily identifiable and understandable by voters. I don't know how more identifiable or reasonable or understandable you can get by saying that road or that highway or that river.
Senator Sykes.
If I may, that is not one of our guidelines for congressional redistricting. That is for the state legislative redistricting. And if I may, your first question about picking voters, you're right, we are drawing the maps, we are responsible, but we have received a lot of input. I think we've received 70 testimonies today that I don't know if you guys are better readers than I am. I have not been able to read that. And I believe it was the intent of the chair that we pass something out today. And that's what I'm saying. I think we need to slow down and let the committee process work. By putting something that then we're going to be amending on the floor, we're completely forgetting what this committee process is for. That's multiple times when I have offered amendments on the floor, I get asked, did you offer this in committee? So my question, and I guess my plea is, let's do the right thing and look at all the testimony. They don't get to vote, but they've given their input. And all of us collectively looking at the maps and why it's so particular that these districts and that we're keeping the core community of interest together, I think we could show Kansans, those that are disengaged, those that don't want to vote because they've given up that their government is fair or that they care about them, we can show them that we are better than that.
Senator Gossage.
If we want to talk gerrymandering, I'd like to look at the United map and what it did to Johnson County. I see no geographical barrier. I see no highway. How was this determined, this little carve out?
Senator Sykes.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So when we were drawing this, we looked at the areas that greater Kansas City, more urban, suburban areas, the kind of this southern part, western part is more rural in our district. I do think it is where our growth is going. I absolutely agree that I live in western Lenexa, so I see that growth every day. But these were areas, I think even as we've made decisions with COVID and decisions with schools, we see how some of these communities that were chose differently from the core of the greater Kansas City area. And I'm the first to say this map is not perfect. And because when we were going through just making, as the revisers and everyone was working on it, and that deviation, we had to make some choices, which again is why I'm like, what did we do in 2002? What was the deviation then? Is there more flexibility so that we're not cutting out some of these districts that have that community of interest? But that's what this process is for. And I do not believe it's gerrymandered. I think it's trying to look at those. I mean, we kept Overland Park, we kept Olathe, we kept Lenexa, Leewood, all of these that seem to kind of have that urban, that greater Kansas City metro area and that community of interest, those are kept together.
If I may, I was said it earlier in testimony today that if someone lived in Lenexa, they would say, I'm from Kansas City, when indeed I live as close to the Douglas County border as one can get as it is across the street from my home. And I've always said I live in Kansas City. It's just because in Johnson County, we consider that we are part of the metropolitan Kansas City area. Everybody knows that. We all fly out of MCI, just all part of that same. We know we're going to have to say, we have to divide Wyandotte or Johnson County. That's a given. And I am the fourth, my district is the fourth largest Senate district in growth in the state. So yes, we know the growth is out there. We also know the growth is in the south, in District 37. So part of Johnson County, part of Miami County. We could say the same things about what Miami County and Johnson County have in common. What I'm not hearing in this committee is I'm not hearing communities of interest. I'm hearing race. We were just told, this amount of race and, this black population or this Hispanic population. And I don't see anywhere in our guidelines where we're supposed to be focusing on that. I think it's more important if we're going to talk about communities of interest. I personally have attended community meetings in Wyandotte County, community meetings in Johnson County with Sharice Davids or Sharice Davids' team. And what I encountered is people of all different colors, black people who are saying, we're not happy with you, you don't get back to me, etc. You can hear Hispanic people saying, I think you're wonderful. Hispanic people saying, your team is not doing a good job. So if we're going to talk about communities of interest, I think it's more important to talk about the types of things that they're interested in and stay away from race.
Senator Sykes.
If I may, I agree. And that's what we're trying to say. I think in being from Johnson County, we talk about northern Johnson County and southern Johnson County. There is a divide if you talk to people because northern Johnson County is your more urban area, and then the southern Johnson County is more rural. I mean, that's something I don't hear people say that about, oh, I live in northern Wyandotte County. I live in southern Wyandotte County. That is part of that area that does connect more with the greater KC area. And actually in testimony, I have Erin Woods. She lives in the KC metro area. Soccer fields. She drives her kids from Lone Elm to Wyandotte to Shields, which is in the heart of Overland Park. This is that community. More and more, there's, we talked about the Legends. I shop at the Legends a lot. I live in Johnson County. But we're putting that in the second district, where that is a different area. We're saying it's going with, with Pittsburgh, with all of this. I don't think that's the community of interest that we want there. And I can look more and more, the population centers need to make sure they're represented. Here, we want to stay together. That's where we're working together. Latin residents in Wyandotte and Joco has grown. Why they need to stay together. These are all testimonies that we've heard in Johnson and Wyandotte County of why it is a community of interest. And I just have concern, what do those communities have in common with, sorry, I'm getting all my maps confused here. We've got a lot. I don't even see my ad astra. But what does that have to do with Senator Billinger's? What does Douglas County have in common with Senator Billinger's district?
4-day state. Senator Gossage.
I'm sorry, but I could say I shop at Oak Park Mall, which I do, or I could say I also shop at the Legends, but yet I'm being carved out. I mean, I just don't think that that is a community of interest because I choose to shop there. I think a community of interest is more, like I said, as the people that you're carving out in Johnson County, we didn't ask them. The people from Wyandotte said, nobody asked me if you can divide up Wyandotte. No, of course. That's not what part of redistricting did. We listened to what they said, and they said keep Johnson and Wyandotte together. It wasn't the community of interest or anything like that, because they weren't aware that the numbers, that we can't keep Johnson and Wyandotte together. We're going to have to split one or the other. And I want us to focus on that. As far as we're just talking about the 3rd district. We're from the 3rd district, the three of us. But there are other members on this committee that are from other districts. I thought it was interesting that you said that the Ad Astra map kept Wichita more compact, but yet indeed the United map keeps Wichita more compact, compacts it more, and it's got these little corners. Talk about gerrymandering, like these little corners out of that county and a little corner out of this county and part out of that county. Can you explain to me how that happened?
Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I have Senator Corson waiting in the wings. I'm trying to determine when this discussion is. Senator Sykes.
Thank you. So I appreciate your question. And yes, the United map, I think, is more compact than any other map that we have, because I was trying to keep the core of the existing districts as similar as possible, but adjusting for population. And again, like I said, I agree there is room for movement. You know, this little corner right here, it may have 5 people, it may have 10, but because of the parameters that I was given, we had to make those choices, which I think as a committee, we can say, you know what, if we took this little bit right here and kept it in, we have something on record that if we had to go to court, we can say, we know that there's 20 more people in this district than in this one, but this is why. And what was your other question?
That was all.
So I will, and on that, I said the Ad Astra map was the 4th congressional district was adjusted less than any of the other areas of the Ad Astra map. It kept the core in place.
I understood you to say be more compact.
Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if it's a late hour or what, but I think we moved into just a real kind of 5-alarm fire crisis stage of this. I mean, look, we have members who are saying, why are we talking about race? Well, we're talking about race because there is a long, long line of cases that talk about redistricting with respect to race. When these maps go into court, the first thing a court is going to look at is whether or not we are in compliance or not in compliance with those decisions. And I'm just stunned that we're in the point where we're talking about passing out maps and people are asking questions about why are we even talking about race? I mean, that to me is stunning. I mean, we really need to maybe go back and have Jordan give a briefing on just what our guidelines are, what redistricting is, what it looks like, what some of the precedents are. I mean, if we're at this hour and we're asking what to me is the most fundamental question about redistricting, I just think that we are not in the position we need to be in as a committee. And the other response about, well, why do we keep talking about race? Why are you harping on race? Well, let's look at, again, I'll read it for probably the 10th time today, Congressional Redistricting Guideline number 3. Redistricting plans will have neither the purpose nor the effect of diluting minority voting strength. I don't know how that could be any more clear. And again, the fact that folks don't see the importance in that and why we've been discussing that is really troubling. We also have discussion about, well, I bring up what I think is a valid point that something's not in the guidelines and people say, oh, well, I perceived it that way. I perceived it to be in the guidelines. Are we really going to be in a
Senator
position
Corson, before you get too far,
where we're going to
of course,
court?
that was, as read, by Senator Hildebrand.
That's
I will
not a
concede
guideline.
I
That
was-
is a guideline for
Senator Corson?
legislative.
Senator Corson? Because it is a late hour. I'm trying to be patient. But we did use more than just the single guide. I mean, I did cross over with state guidelines. I thought all the guidelines should be in effect in both maps. So for you to cherry pick, I mean, I understand what we're doing. I think because of the late hour, because we're leaning this direction towards things getting out of hand, and that's not going to happen in this committee, I think I might already go ahead. As a matter of fact, I have an amendment to Ad Astra, given some of the earlier discussion, and it is Ad Astra 2, and I'm going to have that passed out. And while they're passing it out, it's easy to explain, but you'll see it. The comments earlier around the reservation, there is a reservation in the north that now, we also checked and say we looked, and if you look at New Mexico, Arizona, Oklahoma even, I mean, there's many, many examples of reservations that split congressional districts. But I thought if it would made things a little simpler, the only adjustment is it draws the line over and takes the border of the reservation up in the far northeast and includes that entire reservation then into the second. So there would be, the net effect is the map is very similar except for it includes, you'll see that line that follows the lower edge of the reservation. That is the adjustment to the map, and it's not a tremendous number of people. And where the divided county around Douglas, they make the adjustments, we can get back to zero deviation. And so that is my amendment. I'm moving my amendment, which is in effect a gut and go Ad Astra 2 to Ad Astra 1. That's a motion. Do I have a second? Seconded by Senator Hildebrand. Discussion on the amendment. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate this. I think that this addresses one of the concerns we've been hearing tonight, that we need to listen, we need to be flexible and adjust from the feedback of this committee. That's exactly what this map does. It does take into account what the concerns have been, so I appreciate it, and I support the map.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Map is adjusted. We are now Ad Astra 2 is the official Ad Astra map. Further discussion, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for making this improvement. And I apologize since you got an amendment so quickly, but was there any consideration in keeping our forts together? I know that Fort Leavenworth is in the second and Fort Riley's in the first. I mean, we were talking about KU and K-State. Just wondering if there was any consideration about that.
Yes, we were trying to keep as many of the military installations. We thought it was a good community of interest there, and they ended up predominantly in the second. Further questions? Senator Gossage.
I would just like to clarify that the way that the statute or the rules are written for this committee is that no lines be drawn based on race, but that we look at community of interest. So I see no lines that were drawn based on that, which is the basis of my point, in that the district was based upon an I-70 or something of that nature. We've talked about communities of interest, but I wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Sykes.
Thank you. And I would just go back to that testimony from Wyandotte County and Johnson County, where we have gone back, and I would love to see your notes from those redistricting. I would be happy to share mine, but 64% specified KC Metro, not JOCO or WICO. So it's 64% of those out of 166 testimonies, 106 included talking about KC Metro.
Further discussion, committee. Senator Corson.
I just want to finish my point on the guidelines, and then I am done with questions for the evening. I have some more, but I will ask them on the floor whenever we get to that point. But I don't want to to belabor this, but I just think it's so important, the fact that we, for months and months and months, did not adopt guidelines. We should have, frankly, adopted these guidelines before we had our town halls way back in the summer, because that would have given folks the ability to provide more meaningful input, because they would have then understood, here with respect to legislative maps, here's what the committee is going to be looking for. Let me address those appropriately in my testimony. Leader Sykes and I had asked for months for us to have guidelines as a committee. And so the fact that we did then finally adopt redistricting guidelines, and I think the fact that they were different between congressional redistricting and state legislative redistricting is meaningful. Like that was a policy choice we made that has meaning. And if we wanted to have all of the state legislative guidelines apply to the congressional redistricting guidelines, we could have made that choice as a committee. We deliberately did not, and I think that that is going to have relevance. And so I'm just, again, troubled that we're saying, well, I know that's not a guideline, but I'm considering other things outside the guidelines. I'm looking at legislative guidelines when I'm drawing congressional maps. I just, again, don't want to belabor it, but I just think that that's a significant thing, that was a policy choice that we made as a committee to adopt the guidelines we did. And if folks felt like they should have been different or included other things, that would have been a discussion that we should have had as a committee, but we did unanimously, I would argue late, but belatedly, we did adopt these guidelines, and I feel now that we're bound to operate under them. And I think it's problematic that we are on the verge of passing maps and saying, well, I'm going to consider things not in the guidelines. I think we should consider other factors, or I'm going to draw maps based off how I perceive guidelines, not how they're written. So no more questions for me, but I just, again, want to close on that with deep concern about where we're going. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've labored over this long enough. I make a motion that we pass Ad Astra 2 map out, favorable for passage.
I have a motion, seconded by Senator Gossage. Discussion. Senator Sykes.
I would make a substitute motion that we move out the United map.
That is a valid motion. Do I have a second? Seconded by Senator Corson. Discussion on the substitute motion. Just for clarity, substitute motion is the United map. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion fails. Back on the substitute motion, or back on the original motion, which is Ad Astra 2. Further discussion. Senator Sykes.
I would just caution us, if all of you have already read the 70 pieces of testimony that we received today, and you are fully confident that this map represents the testimony in those, go ahead and do this. But we have been in other committees. We were on the floor. I've read maybe 2 of those other testimonies that have come in. And that this is not the normal process for committee work. And I just caution us, and I do not support this motion.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would say that I'm confident that this map supports the best interest of Kansans. And so therefore I will be supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I had a quick question for Jace. Are we Senate Bill 3? Is that going to be 355, the one that is the way it amended? This is coming out as Senate Bill 355?
Yes, it would be Senate Bill 355, and if the motion is to make a substitute for Senate Bill 355, so it's a clean bill when it comes out.
Okay. But it will be, I don't have any issues with, it'll be substitute for Senate Bill 355?
Substitute for Senate Bill 355, I believe it would be the motion if you want a clean bill on the floor.
Okay. That is the motion from the carrier. The second is okay. On the motion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No. I'd like to be recorded.
Motion passes, and Senator Corson and Senator Sykes will be recorded as noes. Committee having no further business before us, we are adjourned.